back some kind of way. Whatever with the studio. Let's just go Facebook, go live. Let's go live. All right. There we go. And that one, man, they be giving me fits to go live on here now. I ain't even the one telling y'all the real sauce. That's the crazy part. Do this. All right. One moment I'm gonna be with y'all. We're gonna have to restart this over. It made me come off of Facebook. They really be hating. They really be hating. It's all good. That's why I go live. They can stop the recordings, but they can't stop the live. Already connected to the streaming software, buddy. What's the problem, Big Pimpin'? Yeah. All right. Let me get back to this. Sorry, y'all on YouTube. It's only gonna take a second. They are clowning tonight about getting this information up. I can see why. I can see why. If I was the naughty and I did all this, I wouldn't want nobody telling my stuff. Anyway, I'll be doing. Nah, I can't say I'll be doing the same. I can't see the point of you know, trying to kill off the world. Ain't my thing. Your vision. We ain't even gonna deal with the software. We're just gonna go straight to it. There we go. There we go. Let's see if it let me go live now here. I might even have to go from my phone. We live on YouTube. There we go. Facebook. We back on deck. All right. Green light there. Let's hit it up on Instagram. Go live on here. Biggest. Here we go. Mike's back. Everything back. Wow. Jesus, that took, where we at? 20 minutes? 22 minutes. Been trying to go live since 10 o'clock. 22 minutes. They is trying to do whatever they possibly can to stop it getting out. Like I said, I ain't even the one that's dropping y'all the heavy sauce. That's the crazy part. But we got to today. I've been trying not to go ham on them, but we got to today. We got to get to it. So you've been following my joints all day, especially on Facebook. I'm gonna take it off not Instagram, but TikTok to Facebook. I've been trying to give y'all. Let me make sure we still good on YouTube. Okay, yes, still good on YouTube. Still good on the lab. YouTube look a little delayed, but it's all good. What's going on, yeah? So I've been trying to. I ain't saying I've been trying to. So what I basically been doing is showing you the stuff I've been saying to y'all for the past couple years, for the past couple weeks, months, and days. Um, I'm not even about to say the universe, how it works, God, how he works. When you say something, if it comes from him, he's gonna confirm it with two or more witnesses. So everything I've been talking to y'all, it's just been popping up, going crazy on TikTok. I told y'all about CERN years ago when I first seen it. I was like, wow, they really have a particle accelerator, which they was making a portal. Um, I showed y'all that. They got videos now where you can see it's on Netflix when they created CERN. CERN signed the 666, and it looks like an eclipse. You can see it. I'll go on live. That's why I go live. Oh, this mic is incredible. It's pick the receipts out of my pocket. So I go on live because the algorithms, the bots, are trying to shut down everything we do here, trying to give y'all facts and information. So I go live to be able to say what I want to say without it getting shut down. So, um, like when I found Beaumont Hospital, if y'all haven't seen that video, go check out my live videos. When I found Beaumont Hospital throwing bodies into an abandoned building, I didn't ask for that to happen. I didn't ask to stumble up on that. I went live, showed y'all that. That made the news. Um, that got some pressure on me by the powers that be in the city. Y'all can go see it. They took one of the videos off my channel or off my page. But it was never heard nothing back about that. I don't know what they did with the bodies. Like I said, it was on the news. Um, Channel 7, the lady, she hit me up after I made that video. Went live with it. Y'all can check that out. So this pretty much started with me down this path in like 2018, 2019. And how we're talking about the stuff right here is with this eclipse that's happening tomorrow. Just got a call from the school a couple minutes ago, making sure that I know the kids ain't going to school. Yeah, go check that out. If you haven't seen that video, um, I was in HVAC school at the time, getting my heating and cooling license, and end up it was crazy because you had to be that's when you had to be, what do they call it? Um Only certain people can be out in the streets at this time. I can't remember the exact words for it, but we had the little passes that we can drive and everything. Because the ambulance was driving crazy. I'll go over that real quick. The ambulance was driving crazy. I was on my way to my mom's house because what the fuck was the name? What they was calling us at the time. Anyhow, I was able to do what I wanted to do because I had to pass. And so I'm driving on the street, this ambulance going crazy. They closed the Beaumont Hospital down in Wayne, and essential workers. That's what it was. Essential workers. And so they had closed the Beaumont Hospital down in Wayne. The day before, the helicopter from U of M was flying around the hospital because they didn't never even told nobody they closed the hospital. So the helicopter from U of M was flying around. He was getting so low in our neighborhood that it was kind of weird. And so the next day, driving down the street, this ambulance blows past me, driving crazy as shit. And he was driving so crazy it pissed me off. So I started following him in road rage actually. And I was like, damn, where are they going? And I remembered that the hospital was closed. And so they pull up next to the building, next to the hospital, which is the laundromat, but it had been closed for years. And I'm sitting there watching them like, what the hell is they doing? They get out, start pulling bodies out, putting it into this building. This building was not a morgue, never was built to be a morgue. We used to think it was the morgue when we was kids walking to school, but one day walking past, this lady that worked in there opened the door and she showed us that it was a laundromat. So I knew it was a laundromat, but they weren't using it for it at the time. So it was pretty much an abandoned building. And the hospital was just throwing COVID bodies in there. I had it on my live. Live went viral. Um, Pretty much the news got wind of it that within the hour or two, the lady from the news called me. They sent the Wayne County sheriffs up there. The people tried to kick the sheriffs out of the building. Sheriff came back with a warrant. They found like 60 bodies in there. They weren't cool. They was just in the building stacked, however they had them, whatever. Mayor called me, Wayne. Then shit just went dark. Never heard anything else about it. I don't know what they did. So that's how I used to talk to y'all about with these man versus machines. It wasn't that titled in. I used to talk to y'all about credit repair, relationships, spirituality, and all this other stuff. So that's how I got on this journey. But I got tired of talking to people about shit that matters. Um, I got fed up with telling people fix your credit. I got tired of telling people about certain churches and who black people really are and all these things, this knowledge I gathered throughout the years. How I got deeper into all this, it was a time, 2005, called a gun case. Transparent and shit. And so it was I ain't gonna say it was a minor thing, it was actually a major thing. But anyway, it got busted. It was like 9 felonies. So it was felonious, so it was all types of crazy shit that happened. I ain't gonna get into the details of that. Anyway, I had to fight the case from the inside. While I was fighting the case in the county, I encountered several individuals that had a lot of knowledge. Um, God doesn't put you anywhere that you're not supposed to be. I was wondering, like, why am I still locked up over a gun case? I should have been out on the streets, able to fight this case. Gun cases only end up being probation anyway. You don't have a record. Uh, End of my career, I was going to be a U.S. Marshal. Wasn't able to pursue that at the time. I was Montgomery Police. Was pursuing that career. With the gun case, fighting all that. I came back from Alabama to Michigan. Didn't switch my CPL over. Got into some shit with some people that tried to attack me, but they really didn't want what they was asking me for. So they ended up calling the cops. Being in the racist city of Garden City, they tried to take me down through there. When you're a light being, and this is all I was talk to light beings. This is not for everybody. Um, I know these man versus machines. Like I said, it was a time where um my channel on YouTube would have been monetized had they been doing it at the time. But like I said, I got fed up with it's not about money to me. I get money. So it's not about money to me. It's about telling people who they really are, teaching people how to really help themselves and shit and stuff like that. So there's never it'd be nice to make money, yes. I see a lot of people talking about stuff that I've been talking about for years, making money. So yes, it would be nice to be a millionaire off of your God given gifts, especially the stuff that the world, the universe puts you through when you have knowledge and you have a gift that God has given you. So that's what we was talking about, your purpose. That's how I got back on this. So um I learned a lot of knowledge. I seen some things growing up as a child. Some of you that I'm talking to, matter of fact, everybody that um how do I put this? It's a scripture about this. No one can come to the Father unless he comes through me, and no one comes through me unless they call. So basically, if you're gonna be if you're not a spiritual being, but if you have gifts that the good side of the universe God is giving you, um, you're gonna be attracted to this. And the world is going to hate you because of that. So it's all types of things that's going to come to destroy you in your life, in your journey, relationships, family, friends, the police, the government, people you don't know, anything bad that seems to happen in life is going to happen to you. You can be in a room full of people doing the same thing and they'll get away with it and you'll get the punishment. That's because you are chosen. You have a gift, you have a purpose. So the universe hates you. The things in the universe hate you because you have a gift. It's not just for you, it's for mankind and the greater good. We talked about that through all these series. Reason I'm speed talking is because it's a lot to crush into a very short time. Um, I'm hoping my obligation is up, God, to talk to you about this stuff. So, um, yeah. So anyhow, so as a child, I had different gifts and knowledge of things. I think how I think now as an adult, I had the same type of thoughts as a child, if that makes sense. Like um the thoughts are the same, the maturation is just different. If I put it that way. Like I always think larger than my age. But the maturation wasn't always there. I wasn't mature enough to handle some of the thoughts and some of the things I should have done. So I told y'all before when I was 12, 11 or 12, I went through a couple of deaths that were really close people to me. Um, my uncle died. First, my grandfather died. Me and him were real close. He actually saved my life when I was a child. My grandfather died. I seen his ghost. My uncle Harold died. Didn't see his ghost. My uncle Harold was a very high Mason, very high Mason. Um, and I noticed some things at his funeral. some Masonic rituals at his funeral when they came to get his book. His book disappeared. I wanted the book. At 11 and 12, I knew the book had power. They took the book. When we got back home to the house, it wasn't there. I remember seeing it before we left for the funeral, and I planned on getting the book. I didn't know what was in the book or anything about the book. I just knew that was the book from the sign on it. How? I don't know. But like how I knew what the book was and I needed to get that book, I don't know. But it was gone. Uh, and then my neighbor who used to babysit me as a child, his mother used to babysit me. He was killed in an accident at work. And so I had a beef with God. And I told God he didn't know what he was doing and he should let me kill the devil. Thinking the devil could be killed with guns. And Dwayne had a lot of guns. And I was 12, 11, 10, 9, being around his guns. He showed me how to break them down, how to clean them, how to hold them, how to handle them. Dwayne was not black; he was white, but he was like a big brother to me. So I was pissed at God that he killed him, and Dwayne was 25 when he died. And I was pissed, and I told God he didn't know what he was doing. And as a child, typical black person, middle class, my mom, my grandma kept us in church, and so I knew the Bible, but I understood it differently than probably most 10 or 12 years old. By the time I was 12 years old, I had read the Bible front to back 3 times. Not saying that's gonna give you the knowledge that you need because it doesn't, but just where my mind was. I read a lot of books. Um, Not Cat Williams. I ain't read no 3,000 books in a year or none of that shit. Like, but I did read a lot of books, and I could relate to some of the stuff Cat Williams was saying without Cat. Like, I don't know if he capped or not. He might have read all those books. I don't know. But I used to read a lot of books, and I'm kind of sick with myself because I don't read like I used to. But everything is visual now, so you can just watch videos. Um, so fast forward in that story, I told God he didn't know what he was doing, and um, again, most of you won't understand this. Some of you will, but if you have a relationship with God, a real one, you don't need a church. Church is good for fellowship, but you talk to God just like I talk to you. How we talk. He hasn't been speaking a lot lately in the dreams, but when he wants my attention, he says stuff. So, um, like I said, it's kind of weird talking about the stuff to people that might not understand it, but if you under here, you know. So I don't dream a lot, but when I do dream, it's important. And then in my dreams, God would be there. I don't see his face, see his feet, and it's like a bunch of smoke, and it's things around. It's really smoky in there. It's like incense, but it's like super smoky. And it's a lot of beings around, but you can't see their faces, but you know they're there. And so I told him, "You don't know what you're doing. Let me kill the devil." And he sent the devil that same night. And that was at the time the most uh, hairs raising up on my arm. Just thinking about it. Not afraid of him anymore. At the time, that was the most terrifying thing that I have ever experienced. So I had this bed my aunt had given me. Well, my aunt died a long time ago, but it was her bed. It was a brass bed, this antique bed. It's like this. The footboard is brass, and the headboard is brass. And so my mom's in her room. My little sister's in the bed in the playpen. I'm in my room, and I honestly, for some reason, I sleep under the pillows. Like literally, used to sleep under the pillows. Like like most people would suffocate in the covers. And so I hear this like this sound coming up, and the room is already black. And I peep out of the covers and turn my head. I knew what it was though. Immediately, like I knew what it was, who it was. The room goes dark. It's already dark, but it goes blacker than night. And this blackness comes over and up to the ceiling, and then it comes down on the foot of the bed. I'm like, oh, this is a dream. This got to be crazy. I'm like, this is what I get from watching Freddy Krueger. If you get older, Freddy Krueger used to have a show. They used to come on. I used to watch it all the time. It used to scare the piss out of me. So I had a dream where I actually killed Freddy Krueger, and he stopped killing me in my dreams. It's around the same time, actually. Uh, so this void comes down on the bed, shakes the bed, lets me know it's real because I'm like, this can't be real. I'm trying to run, but I can't. because I'm terrified. Tried to call for my mama, but I couldn't. I was terrified. And in my head, I'm thinking, and I'm like, "Jeez, I gotta get out of here." Um, what did I do? And I'm thinking about my whole conversation that I talked to God with, and that just flashed in my head. Like, dang, I told God He know what He's doing, and I said, Jesus, and it's like it exploded like a grenade, a light grenade, and the thing just went out of the room. I was trying to run so hard that I literally flipped out of the bed because I was frozen, but I was trying to get away. And so I fell out of the bed like boom, because my body was like released from whatever was holding me down. I fell out of the bed. My mom runs in there. What's wrong with you? You all right? I couldn't even talk, choked up in tears. Fast forward, not afraid of that dude anymore. Not for years. Um, a couple like 5, 6 months later, we was at church and the deacon started talking about it. He was an older guy. He said when he was younger, he was laying on the couch and he had some words with God. Said this fire came out of the barbecue pit that they had in the backyard, opened the door and came in the house. The devil came to him. So getting back to what I'm saying, when something happens to you and the universe is speaking to you, it's gonna bring people, things to validate what you're saying. That's why these videos is popping up. I'm not watching these videos and then coming telling you about it. You can go back and check all my videos from years, months ago, and you will see what I've been trying to tell you. Now it's coming to light. I told y'all about CERN today. Video about the Stargate in Detroit at Hart Plaza. I remember when I first saw it, like, where the hell did that come from? If y'all ever seen the movie Stargate, it looked just like that. And so I walked up to it one day and it's saying transcending trans teleportation basically. And then it had these hands on it. And it in the video the dude posted, it didn't show the hands, but it was like people reaching out like in the midst. Like if you ever seen the movie Constantine, like the hands that was trying to grab him, it looked like that, like it was in hell, basically. It's on the mural for this thing. If you know anything about Detroit, go watch one of my earlier videos. I talk about the significance of Detroit or Michigan uh in one of my videos. Well, Detroit, right downtown, was a gigantic mound. They destroyed it back in the early 1800s. They destroyed it. The mound, if you don't know what a mound is basically it's like a pyramid, basically. It's an ancient structure. But the mound, if you're from Detroit, the mound came from uh pretty much Gallagher Park. If you know where that's at, that's in between Ecorse and Detroit. It went all the way down just after Fort Wayne, the actual Fort Wayne. The last part of the mound is about as big as my dinner table. That's all that's left. And it's in a fence and it says Detroit Mound. But this mound was 3 miles wide, 300 meters tall. So it's basically like a gigantic mountain on the side of the river. It's a festival in Detroit where they had this festival for this demon that is said to be active in Detroit. Look this shit up. Don't believe me? Look it up. Detroit also has the Church of Satan. Michigan also has a city called Hell City. It gets so funny and so crazy if you break this shit down. The show Supernatural. This is how in tune Detroit is with Belle Isle. The Serpent Goddess lives there. It's a lot of stuff. If you just research this stuff, you'll understand how significant and why. Like if you're from Detroit, it's this aura over it. If you're from not just Detroit, if you're from Michigan, it's this aura of depression that's just over the state of Michigan. You be like, damn. I mean, it's cool in the summer, but like, it's just like a thing that's over Michigan. And once you move away, you feel free from it. In the show Supernatural, the devil himself fighting Sam and Dean, fighting the Archangel Gabriel. They tricked the devil one time, shot him in the head with this gun called the Coke, and they supposed to kill everything. It didn't kill the devil. He got shot. Dean shot him in the head. They tricked him, shot him in the head. Devil gets back up, and Dean's like, "You're not gonna kill me?" He's like, "Nah, I ain't gonna kill you." He's like, "I'm gonna wait. I see you in Detroit." That's crazy. So you have to understand. Sometimes these shows be showing you shit, right? So again, that Stargate appeared Um, First time I saw it, I believe it was like 2017. They redid Hart Plaza and they put this up. What the fuck does that have to do with anything in the city? Like, why would you put that there? This is right after they created that Church of Satan downtown. Don't believe me? Here you go. So why would you have a portal there by this river that is a river that lure is an energy source for stargates and portals. Um, Again, that's what that mound was for. I can't keep going into like all of this right now, but I just want you to understand what CERN is, what this eclipse is, and what these things that are about to happen, what they're doing. This is for, I forgot to say this. This is for entertainment purposes only. I'm just joking around. So, um, fast forward, catch this case. So, fighting this case in jail, and I meet all these people. My bunkie was he was a Prince Hall Mason, and he was high up in the lodge, and we were working out one day, and before he came, we would just any other cell. I was on the 13-hour cell, which also made me mad. That's how I said God doesn't put you anywhere that you're not supposed to be. So I was on the 23-hour lockdown cell. That's with the murderers. All I had was a gun case. So I'm wondering, like, why am I here? Like, why am I on this rock? And the excuse was we didn't have any more space. I'm like, man, there's people going to Dickerson. Like, this is basically the equivalent of a Dickerson case. I was on the 23-hour lockdown side, so I ended up reconnecting with God in the real way. Had nothing else. I'm fighting 9 felonies. Um, and so my first bunkie, like I said, he was a Prince Hall Mason, and he was high up in the lodge. I'm not gonna disclose his rank. He was pretty high, and so we used to work out. And he taught me how to decipher the Bible. I read the Bible again when I was locked up, and he taught me how to decipher, how to decode the Bible. Um, Taught me about the real meaning of Easter. He taught me a lot of shit that he probably shouldn't have told me. Uh, but he did. Um, then I met a Moabite. He taught me how to break down the Bible even further. Um, my bunkie ended up getting sent back to Nashville. He was fighting a murder case in one state and a murder case in another state. This is crazy because you'd be like, "Damn, the murderers is teaching me about spirituality." Um, so the Moabite, and this is how I want y'all to understand. When you are a light, a child of the light, you can go anywhere, and the darkness can't touch you. Like the darkness will have to help you. Not saying these people are dark, but even the energy. I remember when I was in there, I had the whole rock, 13 of us, coming to church, my church. I'm not a pastor or preacher, my church. Me preaching to them on Sundays. Killers, real killers. All of them. Nobody on the rock was in there besides without a murder charge but me. And they listening to me. I'm learning from them. And so when my man the Moabite came down, he really taught me about being a sovereign citizen. Um, he was a Moabite, but he was a sovereign, and so he showed me about how, and I talked to y'all about this when I'm talking about fixing your credit, how credit is a scam, your straw man, and all these other things. Y'all can go into other videos, y'all can go to other channels and watch the stuff to get the information because I'm really not here right now to teach all about that. That's a deep That's a deep rabbit hole. It is very real. You are not a real citizen of like the United States how you think. You know what I'm saying? You're a chateau cattle. Um, you go to FDR, see how in 1933 he signed over your rights, making you took the gold standard away. All these things that you hear, this is not fiction. When y'all hear people talking about the shit is real. You can get your standing back. Yes, your birth certificate is a trust and it has millions tens, 20, 30, hundreds, millions of dollars, depending on your status in life. Your degrees mean something in that. Um, I know this shit. Like I said, you don't believe me, you can go all the way back to whenever I started making these live videos in 2010, 2012, 17, whatever I started making these videos and telling you about this shit. um, that's how long I've known since '05. I know a lot of sovereigns. That's a road when you step off into that, it's just like the Matrix. You got to know your paperwork because they hate the fact that you know that shit. They try to fuck with you. But if you good with remembering law and remembering like being on your shit, you'll be good. Um, like I told y'all before, when Obama became in office, like, and it was talking about what is it? Your 40 acres and a mule. When they was talking about giving y'all that, and he's like, I did. Well, no one had the status correct. You were still a citizen of the corporate United States. Man, they can do whatever the hell they want to you. The laws, tickets, speeding tickets, um, CPS, child support, all that is bullshit. That's statutory. That's shit they make up, admiralty law. That has nothing to do with you as a natural person. So basically, you taking the fall for your straw man every time you go to court instead of standing up as a natural citizen. That's why I have to have you step into your straw man taking responsibility on every time you walk into court. So they have you state your name. Because then you're giving them jurisdiction over you. You're surrendering your natural right jurisdiction, which is like you have a common law court and admiralty court. And so they have really no jurisdiction. But I don't want to get into all that because I start talking about that. But look into it. And if you feel like that's the move for you, make the move. But it's not for play. Can't play around with that. Can't play around with demons. You can't play around with evil. You can't play around with your slave master. You either got to become Django or you got to stay in the Matrix. A lot of people get out of the Matrix, and just like that dude in the Matrix, he wanted to hop back in because he liked the lie. He rather do the lie. Um, he rather do the lie instead of live outside of the Matrix where it was harder. And it's not really harder because you get to charge off a lot of stuff, but they come for you. They will come for you every avenue that they can. And I'm not saying that in a bad way because once you know what to tell them, they got to stop coming for you because you can sue the shit out of them for coming for you. Um, but that's something that y'all got to look into later. So anyway, I learned that. I learned how to break down the Bible. Then I became so charged up spiritually, energy wise, from fasting and really focusing on God because that's all you can do in jail. Like you can work out, you can eat, you can either get into dumb stuff all the time, like playing cards and chess and and watching TV, or you can really study and start understanding. So my big homies on the rock identified me as someone. I remember the big homie. I think I told y'all, but this in the last my last live. He had came down. He had killed 4 people. When he was an 18-year-old, they had raped his sister, and he street justice. And then he been whacking people in jail for money. That's why he was down on the writ. And so we go on the rock, and he had this big garbage bag full of commissary food, and he giving it out on the rock. We like, damn, yeah, garbage bag. Where you get this from? Because he came from upstate, and so um, some of the little homies, you know what I'm saying, he would talk, shit. A couple of cats was from PA, so that's where he was originally from. So they would talk chop. He knew they peoples and whatever. But with me, he was like, nah, you different. You ain't supposed to be here. When you get back out, I want you to use your brain. I had a very, very bad tipper problem at the time. He was like, you can't keep moving like this. He's like, you're too smart to be in here. And so he would study with me. He showed me how to beat my case. Um, he literally taught me. By the time I got out, I was a parapro, a paralegal, because I could break down case law so bad. I made the judges look so stupid that the judge had to he had to pause court. Like this is why I was in there. And when I caught the case, I had an old school Regal. It was over family member house, and they peoples um kind of wanted to carjack me for it. If you want to say that, they thought they was tough. Situation went bad. Left. Um, the car. Uh, my mother had my a cousin of mine sell the car. It was an old school Regal, candy paint, leathers, brand new motor. So I'm just gonna give you an idea what the car probably sold for. Um, brand new motor. Motor was in the crate. I hadn't even put the motor in the car yet. Sold everything. Gave my mom $100. So the money that I was gonna use for a lawyer went into his pocket. Gave mom $100. My mom went and got a lawyer. Slamica. For all y'all from the city that know Slamica, Slamica got his license taken. Slamica. I'm just listening to people in the jail. Get Slamica. He'll beat your case. He the man. Your shit lightweight anyway. He'll kill through that. Slamica was a dope fiend. He's coked out. They took his license. Slamica took the little bit of money my mom had left and ran off. Didn't hear from him. So the people inside, Sean, number one, and Victor, number two, who taught me how to beat my case. So go to court, got all my stuff written down, law, what to say, what to do. My mom, one of her friends' husband was a lawyer. Took my case at the last second, literally like the day before. I gave him all this. Here you go. Man, we made them look so stupid. So stupid. The judge he literally had to stop court. Like, damn, we should have been let him go. Like, what's all this about? So, anyway, long story short, beat the cases. Go back to the Rock, sitting there and talking. Uh, I get free, but at this time I'm like glowing, like the glow. That's how good my spirituality was with God. Um, fast forward ahead, when you're a light beam and you have a purpose, God wants you not to hold the stuff to yourself, but to go out and tell people about it. This is what I've been doing in my own way. I still go through my thing. It's like what what they try to teach you in religion and what God really expects from you and wants you to do is two totally different things. You would know this if the church actually would teach you um things out of the Apocrypha. It's a reason why they keep circling back the same topics. It's not it's a lot more than that, but they've been trained over the years to 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 not even want to see the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like one pastor today, white dude, I don't even know his name, was actually talking about this. Like what's about to happen. They see the stories, but they're so afraid of just trying to like really understand. Like, first of all, how stupid you have to be to say just because the Roman Catholic Church won't canonize something, you won't read it. That's just like saying, okay, if you know anything about the world as it exists, you know that the Vatican controls the financial system, right? The U.S. is the arm. We're not even gonna say the Illuminati. We'll just say the one percenters. Vatican controls the religious veil that's over your eyes. The United States controls the military, and Rome controls not Rome. I'm sorry, it's all Rome. Rome never was destroyed. London is the finance. So when they wage these wars, the U.S. is the military, it's the smash and hammer. The crown. If you didn't know how much the Queen of England was worth, Google that. Um, if you want to know who really controls the United States, Google England again. And Morocco. Telling y'all a lot of shit, boy. They gonna come for me tonight. Helicopters gonna be flying over the house. I'm fucking still Team Six gonna run up in the spot. Oh man, boy. Anyway, just go on TikTok. The ones I send you, I'm sending you because it's truth. I'm not gonna send you. It's a lot. It's thousands of TikToks. Half some of the shit is fake news. I'm not gonna say fake news. It's people running with something without vetting it. Everything I'm sending you is because I already knew it. So I'm sending you the shit. If I send it to you, if I not send it to you, if I post it or I send it to you, depends how much I fuck with you. If I do that, it's good money. Believe that. It's good money. If you see it from Maine, it's good money. I have no other purpose, but God will not get off my head if I don't tell y'all this stuff. I'm hoping this is the like I don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow. I know the signs. I've known about the signs uh in the sky for a long time. You should know about them. All you gotta do is read the book of Revelations. It's telling you about everything that's gonna happen. And in the end times, it will be like in the days of Noah. You know what happened in Noah? 200 angels. If you want to believe this, read the book of Enoch. You will find the same thing out. 200 angels came down. In your book, the KIV and an NIV or King James Version and the NIV, it says, and the sons of God saw the daughters of men, and they came amongst them and had babies, and these were the giants of old. Blah blah blah. That's a short story. What happened was 200 angels came down from heaven. They made a freaking pact against God. Like, we gonna come down here. He gonna find out. We gonna get in trouble, but let's just do it anyway because we want some ass. That's the funny part too. The funny part in that, if angels can't resist women, how in the hell a man supposed to? We'll get back to that later. Real talk. So these angels came down, pick wives amongst themselves. Y'all think Satan's something? Google Azazel. Google Samael. If y'all think Satan is, he ain't got nothing on them. Um. So, dang, God got me telling everything. This is not coming from me. This is freestyle, direct antenna. So, when they come down, look in Genesis. When you see this, the sons of God, angels, saw the daughters of men, and they came down amongst them. And they had children by them, and they were called the Nephilim, the giants of old, and the great heroes, which would be Hercules and blah blah blah. That's what the KJV says, or the NIV. Those say that. However, your pastor, because he won't, or he might have, but won't tell you that there's a way more detailed story to that happened. So they come down, they had these kids, right? And DNA mixing. So the angels were wilding. They taught men, and each angel was a chief and a captain. So you had one angel that commanded 10, 20. They had captains, chiefs, just like the army work. And so they taught men how to make war, how to make fashion metal, how to mine diamonds, how to use herbs and women how to do makeup and charming because they wanted them to look better in a natural state. Where do you think people figured all this shit out from? Medicine. So all this stuff comes from not the crazy medicine they're giving you now, but the actual herbs and how to heal and do all these things. How to finesse iron, how to finesse metal, iron and gold, and to make trinkets and make all these things. Read it. It tells you this in black and white. The stars are not gas. They're a class of angel. It talks about how the sun goes in its gates and the moon comes out this gates, and how to read the stars and the sign astrology. It teaches you that. But you listening to these fools because they don't want you to know the truth, because the Vatican doesn't want you to know the truth, because the one percenters don't want you to know the truth. Not witchcraft, which they call it witchcraft, magic, which is basically science, but it's all magic. It's all evil. No, no, no. It's knowledge. It's knowledge. And if you know it and the masses know it, then you won't be slaves and chateau slaves. Now, I don't know how to do magic, but it's people that do know how to do magic. And this is what these angels taught them. And so they made this bond. And the angels that was up there saw this. God just letting this happen. So these giants, Google, I keep trying to tell y'all, America, the shit that happened in the Americas older than stuff in Africa. So Google the giants, the Nephilim. Google giants found in Ohio. Google it. Google the pyramids that were in the downtown Ohio and the Erie Canal, and they destroyed them to hide the shit. Google it. You can see it. Like, I'm not telling you nothing that's not easy to like. This is the age of information. I'm not telling you nothing that you can't look up and like. I'm not talking about some crazy dude with an aluminum fucking hat talking to you on TikTok or some shit. I'm talking about actual newspapers that's archived about this stuff. But y'all rather just see the sex they talk about today or whatever. This is what drove Charleston White to like talking and doing what he do. Because when he talk to y'all and like um about facts, nobody want to hear this shit. Y'all want to hear about dumbass shit, Birkin bags and Milan and Goofy ass shit. But so anyhow, they came down, taught men all these things, taught women all these things, had these babies by these women, these giants. So the giants got so big that and they were eating up everything, and the men were trying to feed them, but they couldn't sustain them. So when they couldn't sustain them, the giants start eating them. Google Mog and Gogok. Look at this. This is a whole festival that they have in London with the giants going down the street under the Tower of London, London Bridge, Jack and the Beanstalk. All these things have real backstories to them. Um, so Magnum, these giants, they live for a long time. And England, anybody been to England during this festival they have for them? When the Indians will talk about they killed the redhead giants in Ohio, caught them in the cave and set them on fire, smoked them out. Um, David, the remnants of the Nephilim. That's who Goliath was. He was the descendants of the giants that were here after the flood. So this is why God destroyed the earth because of the Nephilim. So when the Nephilim, when the humans, the men couldn't feed the Nephilim no more, the Nephilim turned on the people and started eating humans. But at the same time, the angels at the time were doing DNA manipulation. Same thing we're doing now, where you're getting fish, fish people and bulls and minotaurs, and they mixing like our DNA and shit and doing all types of crazy stuff, GMO, all this stuff. They were doing back then. So God, he was running out of pure humans because they were mixing DNA. And so he created the flood. That's what that was about. And if you don't believe me, pastors that are watching this, the oldest Bible, Christian Bible, is the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible. It's 800 years older than before the Vatican ever existed. They were Christians back then, right? The Ethiopians can trace their lineage to Ham. Ham was Noah's son that was on the ark too. So if y'all want to listen to, like, y'all want to be stupid enough not to, oh, I'm just gonna read what's canonized. You're gonna let your enemy, person that's hating you, trying to wipe you out, see how sinister they is. Look at the throne. Google the throne room in the Vatican. Whose chair that looks like? Looks like Satan's throne. Look at it. It's got demons in it, all types of crap. This is who you want to listen to about what books you can read. But the Ethiopian book, when they telling you we got the Ark of the Covenant in our country, only country in Africa that was not conquered by Europeans. Why the Europeans wanted them so bad, but they couldn't stop the little tiny country. Why it's not bigger than Europe, it's not bigger than America. They have warships, they with spears, a couple guns that they got. That's just like the Indians defeating the American cavalry over here. How was they able to do it? Tell me. But you want to look at their Bible. It's 100 books, 166 books in the King James Version. Sarah got me on some shit tonight. 66 books in the King James Version, but it's 100 in the Ethiopian Orthodox book. That's the original book. God darn Vladimir Putin just came out and told you Negroes that black Jesus was. Stop lying, America, to who y'all is. Y'all don't want to listen. I'm not here for that tonight, though. That's crazy to me that y'all would just be that stubborn. I want every Sunday talking the same thing. It's your season. It's always your season if you know how to manifest. You are all gods, but you should die like men for lack of understanding. Meaning you can manifest your own heaven on earth. Jesus. Go unto the Father. Greater things you should do than I. Greater things you could do than I. Jesus told you that. You read all his miracles. He sat there and told you before he left you can do greater things, but ain't nobody doing shit. Y'all still sick, still dying, paying a bunch of money to somebody to drive in a Bentley, but if you lose your job today, he won't give you a crumb. Seriously. Seriously. All these signs and wonders. And the stars should be used for signs and wonders. They tell you don't look at the stars. Why? Because you'll know what the hell is about to happen. Y'all don't want to listen. So anyhow, so God destroyed the earth because of the Nephilim and what they were doing. He had to get the last lineages of Adam, pure DNA, separate, so he can restart again. Fast forward to today. CERN. That's what we're talking about. Michael, Gabriel, Uriel went to God like you just gonna let Azazel and Samuel just destroy the earth? You ain't gonna do nothing. So God was like, "Yeah, I see him. All right, I'm gonna flood it. I got a plan. Don't worry about it." He flooded the earth. So fast forward, it killed the demons. Demons or killed the Nephilim. Demons are spirits of the Nephilim. They can't go up because they're not angelic, so they can't go back to heaven. They can't go down, they're not demons, so they have to stay on this earth plane. So you have to really understand when we're talking about spirits, y'all better start paying attention to this shit. Because they got y'all thinking that y'all go to heaven when you die. No, you don't. I think y'all going to hell. It doesn't work that way either. It's called purgatory. We'll talk about that later too. But you have to understand. Ask them where Jesus went. Just saying. So these spirits, these demons, they don't have nothing to do with Lucifer. Nothing until later on down the line. Their father is Azazel, Samael, and the rest of those 200 fallen. God sent Gabriel to put them in chains, the angels that taught this, in the earth. So, damn, tell me. Well, boy. Go read the book of Enoch. Just do that. Do me that one favor. Then read the Apocalypse. But so, all this time, they've been banished into the earth. Um, these one percenters, that's what we're calling. We're not gonna call them the naughty because I don't want the algorithm. These one percenters have been trying to free them this whole time. That's what the Antarctica stuff is all about. That's what CERN is about, opening up portals, all this other stuff. And like I said, demons, spirit of the Nephilim, they can't go up or down because they're from neither realm. Their mother is earth, their father is angelic. God banished them from any realm. If you don't believe me again about Lucifer's real role, put it like this, or just how much stuff is taken out of the Bible. I'm not even gonna say Lucifer's real role. I'm not gonna go that deep. All right. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was out void, blah blah blah. Then He created the Garden of Eden, He put Adam in it, and He put Eve in it. Right? They supposedly have babies. They don't tell you about Lilith. Lullaby. Read that. Lilith, Adam's first wife. Screw that. Let's get to Cain and Abel. So Cain killed Abel, right? Everybody know that story? Cain killed Abel. Wink put 100 up or something, right? So Cain killed Abel. God put a mark on Cain's head. Now, if you go by how the KJV, NIV, anything outside of what a real Bible would have told you, it should only be 4 people on earth at this time, correct? Adam, Eve, Cain, Abel. Right? That's what this Bible says. Abel's dead. So it should just be 3 people. God puts a sign on Cain's head so nobody else could kill him. What the fuck? Who else was there in this Bible if it's only 3 people? Who? So then, only after that to top it off, right? If everything they teaching you is so solid, right? And there's no other information out here. No other information, right? It's just, oh, God is mysterious. No, 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 no. God wanted you to know. But y'all don't want to learn. Study to show yourself approved, workman. Study to show yourself approved. So, after he waxed him, God put a sign on his head to stop, I don't know, who else, since only 3 people, did Eve want to kill him? I don't know. Had nothing to do with them. So, he banished Cain. Cain went out, started cities of his own with his wife. Where the hell she come from? Started Canaan and all these other cities. Og, Ugh, started all these other cities. Cain did this. How? If it was, they say Adam did this, then Adam had Seth in his own likeness. That's crazy. Abel was in Adam's likeness. Seth It specifically says, and Adam begot Cain in his own likeness, meaning Cain was his son. I mean, not Cain. Seth was his son. Oh, who the fuck was Cain's son? Daddy. Read the books. It'll tell you exactly. Matter of fact, when she first had him, guess who the midwife was? Archangel Gabriel. What Gabriel whispered to you? I would smite you. I should smite you as a child because I know all the evil you should bring upon the earth. But the Most High has stated for you to live. God wanted Cain to live. The angels knew what he was going to do before it came out. God had told him. Gabriel wanted to crush him right there in his hands. Adam begged for Eve's life. Supposed to die in childbirth. Adam begged for this boy. I'll be missing some stuff just because they tell y'all just to look at them books. Go read the Quran. It's basically the same thing. It's just got more detail. The Torah too. They don't want y'all to do that. Just read what we give you. Y'all know who King James was? He was a pervert. He was a murderer. You know the picture of the white Jesus? That was a pervert and a murderer too. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that? The dude the Catholic Church sanctioned to be in the face of Jesus. He was a pervert. He murdered his own brother. He was a homo. But anyway, fast forward. CERN, this particle accelerator in Sweden, on top of this mountain, which they say is one of the gates to hell anyway. Watch the videos on CERN. Go on Netflix. Ain't Jermaine. Go on Netflix. Y'all can see them having this weird ass orgy fest type ceremony for its indoctrination. The first time they turned it on, it created alternate universe. Oh yeah, I think they had these Spider-Man movies. You think somebody's sitting there? Which one of y'all fools sat there and just thought of all this crazy stuff that they be having in movies? This shit is real. They're not thinking of this. Like ain't nobody sitting there. How many of y'all could come up with this particle accelerator crap? No, man, come on, bro. Where y'all think they getting this from? If I dropped you off in the woods right now, y'all, some of y'all grown as hell, you would die within 24 hours. Y'all couldn't even make a damn fire. Couldn't make a shelter. So you really think that these humans is coming up with this shit that they doing? Come on, bro. I know some really, really smart people. Some smart people I work with. Dang, that's smart. For real. You got to think of this stuff is coming from somewhere, man. Yeah, it's coming from somewhere. I make glass now, and you would never. I went from making automobiles to making glass. Glass is some of the most. Glass is alive, I believe. It's like a fire. There's so many explosive chemicals that go into making this stuff. You have to be a genius to do this, right? Every day I go to work, I'm like, who in the hell thought of this? No one just thinks of this stuff. Like we got, I can't even explain. Some of this, the building I work in, the Homeland Security watches it because there's so much stuff there that could cause major problems for people. Put it like that. We're making something that you can't stop. The line can never shut down. The furnace can never turn off. It's a living river of fire. And it turns into glass at the end. But there's so many chemicals and stuff that goes into this. It's unbelievable. These people were very smart. Very smart that thought of that. Who thought of this? You gotta think. A particle accelerator, you knew exactly where to put it. You perform these rituals. What is the rituals? When you see this stuff, go on my page. I showed y'all some of the rituals. It's on Netflix. What the hell would that have to do with you trying to find dark matter? Why would you be trying to find dark matter? Who told you about dark matter? Think about the stuff that they trying to do. Why are they going out of their way to poison all the food? It's not a black or white thing. They don't know when you go into the grocery store if you white or black. You're gonna pick up the pack of chicken and it's got cancerous stuff in it to kill you. They don't know if you're gonna pick up the grapes that ain't GMO certified, that they not and got all this cancerous and crazy stuff in it. They don't know if you're gonna go eat the fake meat that they got creating in labs or the plastic cabbage and vegetables that they making. You can look at that too. That's all real. They don't know what color you is. They know it's the hate ain't a color thing. It's beyond that now. It doesn't matter. It matters to black people a lot because you've been brainwashed into thinking that you're inferior. What color Jesus is in the long run of thing, it doesn't matter because these sons of Satan and daughters of Satan want you all to die anyway, no matter what color you are. That really doesn't matter. So fast forward to today or tomorrow. What time is it? Tomorrow, the eclipse. You had one eclipse that they talk about in Revelation. If you don't know what that eclipse was it 2017? Whatever. 2022, I'm sorry. The dragon chased the woman in childbirth. That's the celestial sun. So it was Jupiter, the constellations was the woman in traverse, and the serpent was supposed to eat the child that came out. So in the sky, the constellations look like the woman, not Andromeda. What's her name? The water bearer. Whatever. Virgo. She had this baby, and the dragon, serpent constellation, the baby was planet Jupiter. Got ate by the dragon. So in the sky, in the Bible, it's telling you the story that sound well, it probably sound crazy. What? This lady in heaven, the star, the constellation in heaven, having a baby. It don't sound like that when you read in the Bible. It just sounds like some type of story where some lady was in heaven and the devil flew up there and tried to eat her baby. What baby? But it makes sense in astrology because it's the constellations and it's just a sign what God was saying. So that was the eclipse last year and made the first X or first line of the X. This year, you have this total eclipse, and we go again. National Guard being called out, state of emergencies. They're telling you to get at least 2 weeks of food. They firing up CERN again. Remember last time I told you they opened all these portals and made split universes, just like the Avengers, basically. Um, all this weird stuff starting to happen. Uh, Sinbad saying he wasn't Shazam. Everybody remembers Sinbad ass only got a couple movies, motherfucker. We saw you as Shazam. You was the genie. Everybody saw you, bro. Like, oh, you do Shazam. Man, you ain't had your career was real short, bro. People remember Shazam. I remember Curious George had a tail. What monkey ain't got no tail? A baboon, he ain't a baboon. He's a freaking monkey that run up the side of buildings. He would need a tail to do that. Now Curious George ain't got no tail. And all this other crazy stuff that's going on. Because they didn't split these dimensions with CERN. So CERN, again, for all y'all just logging in, go look at the sign of CERN. Triple sixes. I can't put all this stuff six this way and another six this way, and then it looks like the moon and the sun going into an eclipse. Google it. Don't believe me. I'm just here. So you get CERN fired up again, and they're trying to open up a portal. Now I don't know how real this is about NASA trying to launch rockets at to whatever reason they would want to launch rockets during the solar eclipse. I don't know what they're trying to do now with that. Who knows? Y'all just trying to wage war with God. That goes back to Nimrod. If you don't know who Nimrod was, they found his body. That's one of the reasons they invaded Iraq. Nimrod was another Nephilim, but in your Bible it says that Nimrod was a mighty hunter. No. Nimrod was one of the kings of ancient Mesopotamia. Nimrod is that guy that's holding the statue with the lion. That's Nimrod. Nimrod was also, he was pretty much king of the world, of the known world at one time. He's the one that built the Tower of Babel. And so I found his body What was that? 2007, whenever they invaded Iraq. Went over there, took a shit. That's why you see when you like watch the invasion videos to the U.S. military running into the Iraqi National Museum. Iraq was Babylon and Mesopotamia. So all these things was in that region of the Euphrates. So Saddam sent the Republican Guard not to defend him, but to defend the museum. They sent the special ops, Green Beret, all of them, whacked them, ran in the museum, took the stuff, the artifacts, stargates, all the stuff that can prove what their one percenters are trying to hide from you. They took that all out of there. Putin is releasing stuff now. That's crazy. So if you don't believe me, look it up. When we invaded Iraq, when they had weapons of mass destruction, look at the soldiers. Ask them Iraqi. There's a lot of Iraqis over here. Ask them what the U.S. military did to the Iraqi National Museum. Who goes, nigga? That's just like, I get a bunch of y'all, right? And we go take over Detroit or Toledo. And we go run up in the first thing we do after we beat the cops down, we go run up in the museum. What? Yeah, let's go to the museum. Y'all they be like, what? We just took the city over. We still fighting. But yeah, y'all, let's make a pit stop by the museum. For what? What am I? Killmonger? I'm just saying. Gotta know. Look at it. You don't believe me? Watch the special forces run up into the Iraqi museum. I told you why they killed Gaddafi. Um, so going ahead, they need these artifacts to like some of the stuff to keep moving a satanic agenda along. And so, and nothing I'm saying again, you can't research it. It's common knowledge. I'm not gonna say nothing that just in my mind that you can't vet and prove. So, getting to tomorrow. On top of the eclipse, you got the Devil's Comet. Just so happened it's gonna be visible on the same day as this eclipse. That's crazy. That's crazy. And y'all do know the this is really the first of the year. So y'all know this will be the 13th month. This is really the first of the year. By January 1st, it will be April. So you get into the spring equinoxes and all this other stuff. The new moons and all this thing. You have to know that too. So you got this comet that's coming on the day of this eclipse. And this eclipse makes this other X going this way. So one came down this way. This one's going up this way, right? Getting back to myself and why I have to make these videos. So, about 2019, I was doing all these videos and it was real popular on 2020, 2019, whatever. And like I said, it really blew up when I found them throwing bodies in COVID. Tamika, you remember that? You still on here? Remember when I found the throwing bodies in the hospital? Well, not the hospital, the building next to the hospital. So anyhow, going up, I got tired of talking to people because I was taking some real risks, and I stopped making the videos and I stopped talking to people about things like this. And so I was working with my boy. He had a landscaping company, and we were working out doing a job. It was a Sunday, and my other friend, best friend, he's a pastor. He's a preacher. We started talking about Jonah. I was like, oh man, I'm about to go to jail. My boy like, I'm working with him. He's like, what? You ain't even doing that. And I was like, bro, he talking about Jonah. He talking to me. I'm watching Greg preach on social media on Facebook. I'm like, man, he like, man, shut up, man. Nobody trying to hear all that. I'm like, bro, I'm about to go to jail. Had no idea. I didn't do anything, nothing. Boy, when I tell you, he was preaching about Jonah. I refused to do what God asked me to do. And so later, go home, find this chick, get into her where they want to be where she go crazy. A couple days later, they knock on the door. I'm in jail for 3 days. I didn't even do shit. No phone call. Nobody even knew where I was at. It was like I just disappeared. I told you about this. How you gotta be careful who you lay down with. Because when you have a purpose, Satan to send a Trojan horse to you. I talked to you about this in the last video. I don't go into detail. I spent 3 days, 3 nights in jail. The fourth day, did the polygraph, passed the polygraph. Cop let me out. The detective. I went in 5:45 p.m. I remember I was looking at the clock. I got out. 3 days, 3 nights. Fourth day, we're coming back from the Michigan police station. We did the polygraph, passed the polygraph. 5:55. He opened the door, let me out of the squad car. Grab, go to the front. We'll bring your stuff around. You good? Went home. 3 days, 3 nights. During the 3 days and 3 nights, guy got on my ass about not talking to y'all. Jonah put me in a well. My auntie died that day. I went my first day. I remember I got up. I was in HVAC school. I got up, about to go. My mama called me. She like, your auntie about to pass. You need to come over here now. She ain't gonna make it through the night. Putting on my shit, knocking the door. I thought my mom came and got me. It's the police. But I know them because they also in my car wash. They're like, man, what happened? I'm like, what is she talking about? Like, man, the crazy mother came out here and said all this stuff, but we came ourselves to come get you. Like, just get your shit on, man. We got to take you down to the station and tell us what happened. I'm like, are you fucking serious? I'm like, this crazy motherfucker tried to kill herself right in front of me. I got it all on tape. Like, the cameras in the house and the phone. Gotta take you down. You be out in a minute. Just show them the camera. They was off duty. Last thing they did before they went off duty. Like, we'd be back. We put everything. The detective would come see you. You'd be out. Detective never came and saw me. 3 days, 3 nights. Only thing, when one cop would come through in the morning, he'd give me some food. Never gave me a phone call. Moms didn't know nobody. I just disappeared and vanished. And then when they came back on duty, it was like, man, you still here? I'm like, yeah, this motherfucker never came and saw me. They went and got him. I'm like, bro, the hell with the interview. Let me just take a polygraph. He's like, you take a polygraph, you good, you can go. Literally. Took the polygraph, boom, I was out of there. But 5:45 to 5:55, I was en route to the police station. 3 days later, after 3 days and 3 nights, the fourth day, my way back, was out of that joint. 5:45. God put me in there. He talking to me the whole time. Just me and him. Crazy. Like he sat down on the cot. You gotta imagine. I didn't eat the jail food because I didn't think I was gonna be in there. Didn't want it anyway. And it's like the city. So it wasn't even bad jail food. I just didn't want it. Who was sustaining me? Who was sustaining me the whole time? Me and him just having a conversation. We going at it too. Why do I gotta talk to y'all? They ain't gonna listen anyway. Same thing Jonah probably did when he was in the belly of the fish. Same thing. I didn't want to at all. Do you know how hard it is to know some things that's very important and people just do stupid shit? Like, I do dumb shit too. Don't get me wrong. I do dumb shit a lot because I hate being one of the only people. I'm not one of the only people. I thank God for TikTok because I know it's other people out there in this universe that really understand what's going on. Because it's lonely and it's sick. Like everybody's fucking evil as shit, and everyone, all of us have evil in us and capable of doing evil. So, but to like know, like, damn, it ain't gotta be like that. You got some evil people though, like just sick as hell, demonic as hell, and like to know that if enough people wake up, we can put an end to it. But they just want to stay asleep. They're happy staying asleep. They're entertained by fuckery. Um, that's the hard part. So me and him was banging. We was banging. But your arm's too short to box with God. What else gonna do? I gotta do what he say. So to make sure God took me down through there. To the point like it was crazy. Like God just wanted to show me he was there. Like my lawyer, she fumbled up. I remember we was at court. Girl said she self-mutilated herself. Like, where these scars come from? She said, I did it. The judge still bonded my shit over. My lawyer like, what the hell? This girl just said she was crazy and she inflicted her own wounds. Still bothering me up. Send me downtown. We downtown, man. And my brother, that's the pastor, came down. Oh, what you doing here? Like, what you mean? I'm your brother. I'm like, I ain't even want nobody to come down here. Nothing. Like, I'm good. Like, God got me. Like, no, I'm your brother. My mama didn't come. My sister, Greg. God started talking. You gonna be out of here at 2:30 p.m. Oh, I wish he was on here right now. And we going through the litigation. So prosecutor told her, like, told her, you lie again, I'm gonna hold you contempt of court. Like the prosecutor told her. So the judge come out. Like, I don't know what these people gonna do. I remember one of the jury members had been a nurse at the hospital when she had tried to kill herself the first time. So they threw her off the jury. I'm like, oh, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? This is at the beginning of the court. So it was looking like all types of crazy stuff was gonna happen. So we're in court. The one cop get up there and lie. His partner come after him, tell the truth. Like, man, the one had the injuries. Like, so y'all know him? Like, yeah. Like, just rebuke it. Because the one cop, he would think he was your friend. 'Cause I thought he was. I had his wife's bumper in my garage. Like, I'm fixing your wife's car. But I had a vet at the time, had a Benz at the time, 2 or 3 jet skis, just had got the boat. This motherfucker hated me. Hated me. So when he found his opportunity to like get me, he really turned on me. That was crazy. And but his partner, you know what I'm saying, partner came and told the truth. And so I remember the jury came back, they was deliberating about 30 minutes, came back, and I had an all white jury. So I'm like, oh man, this is crazy. Well, except one black lady. And I remember the jury verdict came back, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. The ladies came and gave me a hug, like, baby, stay away from these crazy women. Like, um, I remember this lady just hugged me for so long. She was like, I couldn't believe all that happened, and they took it this far, and they knew they was lying. And the other lady, I remember she had blonde hair. She was about my height, and she was like, I feel so sorry for black men. Like it was kind of obvious. It's not even kind of obvious. It was completely obvious. This was all lies, and they take y'all down through there. And Greg, I remember his face. He couldn't believe it because we sitting out in the hallway while the jury was deliberating. And then I was like, man, we good. We gonna be out of here at 2:30. He's like, what? Like guys just telling me that. Walk in there, look at the clock. The lady hugging me. I looked over her shoulder. It was 2:30. Funky junk and go. So long story short, after that point, I decided I'm not playing with God anymore about what He wants me to do, because He will put you down, like He'll put you down through there. So this is how we get to this here. This is why I'm doing these main versus the machine things again. That's why I spent all these thousands of dollars. Well, not thousands, but like a lot, like over 1,000. I ain't even counting no more for this equipment. Um, is because I had to like do this. Like today, I kept sending y'all these messages, these confirmations that I was seeing that other people was sending me, or not sending me, that I was seeing when I was online. That was talking about what I've been telling y'all, hoping like that would be enough. But he was on my head, like, nah, go speak to y'all again. Come from the horse's mouth. So I don't know what's going to happen, if it's going to happen immediately, the bad or not. But I wish I had got on here kind of earlier and y'all prepared. Um, how I do things is prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And these are just things like statements I heard my whole life, and I take them very seriously. And then, if you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready. All these warnings are coming out. I know they activating this machine. I don't know if you're gonna see demons walking down the street tomorrow. You might not see nothing. I don't know. I know what this X means, and God and Nineveh. It's 8 cities in America named Nineveh. They're all going to experience this eclipse. 2 of the cities are in a direct line of it. I never even knew cities named Nineveh in fucking America. Never, never. This this is going through Nineveh. 8 cities, all of them. They could have been anywhere. They could have been in the tip of Alaska, the shit in California, in Mexico. No, They all are going to be close to this path or directly in the path of this eclipse. So that should tell you one thing right there. Last time this happened was to give a warning. So this X is out the whole country like this, right? The last time a total eclipse like this happened, it caused earthquakes and it caused famine. You have what just happened in Taiwan, what just happened in New York, and what was the other place? Brazil. What's crazy? What was the size of the earthquake New York had? 4.8 magnitude earthquake. 4.8. What's tomorrow? 4.8. Brazil. 4.8. Come on, bro. I don't know who controlling it. I don't know if it's the one percenters or just coming directly from upstairs. It's too much of a coincidence. Like I said, I didn't even know it was a city in the United States, Nineveh. Really? Then you got 8 of them, and all 8 of them is in the Michigan's not even in the path for this. Like they're barely going to experience any of this, but all 8 of these cities. Then the middle of the X is a region called Little Egypt. What the hell? Then the eclipse ends at a city basically named Rapture. Come on, I'm just saying. I'll be prepared for anything. Then you hear the stuff about the EMPs. You know what an EMP is? It destroys electronic devices. I don't know if that's gonna happen. I know it can happen, not just with an eclipse, but I know there's a warning about it that I know Russia could. I don't see why they would, but they can launch a missile, nuke in the atmosphere, and it'll fry out electronics, sending you back into the Stone Age. I know y'all not prepared for none of that. Nobody would be. In general, you can get as much prepared if you could. Some of y'all don't know how to shoot, never even held a gun. Some of y'all don't know how to hunt, know how to fish, know how to start a fire, don't know how to keep yourself warm, don't know how to do to treat yourself, how to stop a real wound from bleeding. It's a lot of stuff. Y'all know how to buy a bag, throw some money at the strip club. Some of y'all don't even know how to change a tire. Not that you would need to if the cars don't work anymore, but I'm just saying, man, get prepared. I know it's a little late in the game now, and I pray that you got some time. I don't know how much time God was giving Nineveh back when Jonah was there. They repented. Jonah got out the wheel and ran to Nineveh and told them, "Repent, repent! The day of the Lord is upon you." So I don't know, man. I do know what that means, and like I said, I had no idea there was a Nineveh in America. So that's telling me that sign is the same sign. Then it end in the city called Rapture, and the middle of the X is a little Egypt. I told you plenty of times over. I don't know how many times I gotta tell you. This is the real Kemet, not over there. Here, the pyramids in the Americas, and it's a lot. First of all, it's more pyramids. Not even just the Americas. But just let's just rule out. Let's just rule out South America, and let's just say the North American hemisphere. There's more pyramids in the North American hemisphere in these United States than Egypt. Older, bigger. You don't want to do no research. Just look and see. Go into the National Archives and get the newspapers and read how many pyramids they destroyed in just the Toledo area. How many mounds they destroyed in the Detroit area, Indiana, all the way down. Memphis. Memphis is named after the city of Memphis in ancient Egypt. Like Tennessee. All that now, that's the real river they talk about. Google it. Y'all, man, like I said, I ain't saying nothing. I ain't telling y'all nothing. Not some TikToker gonna tell you. Not no Facebooker, not me. You can really go read the newspapers, see about the bones of the giants that they found, sent to the Smithsonian, and haven't seen them again. The cover-ups, Grand Canyon, no fly zones, the carvers in the Grand Canyon, make that man disappear like he never existed. So y'all be thinking, probably think I'm crazy. Kyrie crazy. Just saying, look it up. All facts. Let me see if I missed anything. Them taking out the bridges. We talked about that the last one. It's the reason they're doing that. I showed you where the Katy did. They coming up out of the ground tomorrow. People, oh, it just overlapped. That's a hell of a coincidence. It overlapped with an eclipse in this Devil's Comet. UP12 Comet, also known as the Devil's Comet. April 8th, along with the eclipse of totality. Crazy ass coincidences, if you ask me. All in this book in the back pages of Revelation. That's crazy. That's a lot of coincidence. Like Forrest Gump, I ain't a very smart man, but I do know this ain't no coincidence. I don't know when that's gonna start. Yes, you are. You very deep. If you read the book of Revelation, you very deep in there. Like I said, I'm not no pastor. I'm just here to make y'all think. Do y'all understand it? Do your own research into what's going on. Get off, man. Get off the distractions just for a little bit and see what's going on. Prepare yourself for war, but pray for peace. Without hate, and that's another thing too. It'll lull you to death. Lull, like a lullaby. Put you to sleep. This could happen, nothing happened. This could happen, nothing happened. Nothing happened that you can see. People told you all about COVID being locked in the house. That was a test. Let's see if y'all people was gonna go for it. Take the vaccines. Vaccines killing more people than it's helping. All that was a test. People told you that was coming. It's so crazy now that the actual bankers, the actual Illuminati's, be on TikTok. They making videos. They be on fucking CNN and shit, telling y'all like they bragging about the shit now. You got the VMAs and all these music awards. They doing demonic ceremonies right in front of y'all. Y'all just like y'all blind as hell. That's why they don't care no more. They just saying it. You know, my shit. I ain't not no holy roller. I'm fucking gangster. But I know God. I wouldn't be here. I don't care how tough you are. You ain't got God, you'd be up out of here. Oh, super tough dudes. Get you out of here. The only reason I'm alive. I'm not no fool. David was a gangster. Everybody that was with him and his mighty men. He knew God. Goliath would have crushed him like a bug, and all them other giants and everybody else he was fighting. His own sons tried to kill him. Nobody can get to him. So it's not that I'm trying to be like some holy roller, because obviously I'm not. You're drinking a Monaco. Telling you, but I'm telling you the truth. I done told y'all more, and whatever how much time we've been on here, I done told y'all more in this amount of time than some of y'all pastors ever gonna tell you. I'm not against them. I'm just telling them to tell y'all the truth. They know this stuff. Some of them do. Most of them do. But they ain't telling you. I'm a part of the system. You see the TD states falling and all these mega churches crumbling because the truth is being revealed. Like I don't like I said, I don't know about the rocket thing. I heard they was gonna shoot rockets into to up there. Why? So let me explain this to y'all too. Right? If the earth is a globe, right? Why would you shoot rockets at an eclipse? If it's a spear spinning around, right? It's certain windows that they say that they can shoot rockets to get to the moon, right? So the window for you to make this eclipse, right, will have to be a very tiny window, right? So you're sending rockets to what orbit? To do what? For 3 minutes, 4 minutes? You got this timed out like this. You can barely make it to the moon, but this one time that these objects is gonna be right there, you're gonna send rockets up, right? I would have to tell you that this shit closer than that they saying. Can't be millions of miles away because you couldn't make that distance. So we're obviously not shooting it there. So where are you shooting it to? What are you doing this for? Why would you be turning on this machine that opens portals, particle accelerator, your atom smasher? Why would you do that? Right tomorrow. Any other day of the year. 365 days in a year. Why the hell they want to try to do this tomorrow? This is on CNN. This is on Fox 2. They really about to do this. You really can go on Netflix and watch them do this demonic ceremony of them opening up a portal and falling in and hanging themselves. The people ripping off their clothes and running down the street. All this other weird shit. They did 3 days of the ceremony for this Sweden. And the mountain that it's on is known to be one of the gates of hell. And it's in ancient texts about this mountain. They have the goddess of destruction in front of the building. She destroys the universe. Like Shiva. Like, this is just in front of the building. Like, the UN sign is a flat earth sign. Like, come on, man. Like, the CERN sign is the 666 going this way with another six at the bottom. Come on, man. Like, just real shit. I'm not making this up. Like, this ain't coming out of my ass. I couldn't make this up if I was trying. So the distractions to get you distracted from this stuff is Diddy. Diddy. That's the distraction right now. Is to get you worried about Diddy and now something about J Lo. I ain't paying attention. These are the distractions they give you. They just signed a law that illegal immigrants can carry firearms. What type of shit, nigga? I I got a gun case. Well, I beat it, but still, like, they can carry guns. They illegal immigrants. You tried to lock me under the jail for carrying my own registered weapon, and I had a CPL. I just didn't transfer it back. Like, that's crazy. Come on, bro. What's really going on? Illegal immigrants can carry firearms. Look it up. You don't believe me? Look it up. All this going on. All this. The National Guard has been activated in over 15 states because of the eclipse. Kids ain't got school because of the eclipse. Shit. I ain't missed school. I'm sure it was eclipses by the time, at some point in time when I was in school. So, man, just stay prayed up, stay strapped up. Um, I don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow. I hope God give us a grace period, a time. But it's about to get real out here, for real. Like I said, they opening this certain thing. The last time it caused some problems. It caused some problems. Um, and then all this other stuff we got going on. And when they start kicking out these warnings, that mean they up to something. Like I said, when they say look up, look down, because when they got something in their right hand, what they really hiding behind their back is even worse. So, but then, like I said, they're not even they talking shit. The Illuminati themselves is talking shit. I done seen 3, 4 bankers laughing about it. Rothschild himself, one of his, like, not the original one, but I don't know, his grandson, whoever, he talking, man, we got these people food. They think we really, you know what I'm saying? They don't really understand that 1% of us run, and he breaking it down. He breaking it down like that. So the banks, these are the bankers. These are the central bank cartels. He's a Rothschild. He's here having an interview, talking about it. He ain't even like, and the secret no more. It's to the light. And we so sleep that they don't care no more. So, man, like I said, I hope nothing happen tomorrow. Um, but if it do, be ready as much as you can. If they do use an EMP, Saranada, because if they turn the lights off, they definitely ain't gonna turn it back on. That's population control. I can't really see him doing it. I seen a video today of this lady. She got the chip in her head. She said the army did it. They told her they had to do this in the army now. Get the chip, which we all know is the mark of the beast. Black lady too. Couldn't believe it. She happy. Yeah, I got the chip. Bing. Pay for her food. Husband didn't even want to be around. He walked off on her like, "Are you serious?" But Then I seen them thing earlier. They're gonna pay $2 grand a month for people to get the chip. Man, a lot of y'all a lot of y'all motherfuckers sell out for $100 a day. One time only. And to do that. So it's real. It's real. I know if you black, your ass know what that is, because your mama had you at church. I know you know about the mark. That's one thing of Baptist church, a Kojic church. They're gonna tell you about the mark. They might not tell you everything, but they're gonna tell you about the mark of the beast. So to see a black lady have it and was happy, shit. I mean, she was light skinned. She might have been mixed. He may have went to Catholic church. Maybe. I don't know. That was crazy to see that, and that was real. That wasn't a skit. That was real. That was crazy. I couldn't believe it. I knew it was in Europe, but I don't know. But I hope y'all be safe tomorrow. I wouldn't advise y'all to look at it. Do what you want. Like I said, they've been talking about. They gave out glasses at my job Friday. Make sure we all had it. HR, 2 days in a row, come down. They don't even like coming on the hot end. I'm on the oven end now. The oven is 3,000 degrees, literally. Molten fire. I wish I could show you what it looked like. Them girls don't like coming down there. They don't like coming down there. The coldest part of the hot end is 1,500 degrees. Oven. Cooking. They coming down there giving out glasses for the solar eclipse. We're a multi-billion-dollar company. They worry about eclipse. School ain't happening. National Guards. They just had police lined up down the street the other day. I don't know what they was doing. The sheriffs. They had a mobile command center at the Walmart. They closed down. One cop running in the gas station. I asked the gas station what they was there for. It was like, oh, they was doing the road stops for drinking. I ain't seen none of it. I rode around the whole city, but we went the back way around, and then we seen the cops. They had two cops on the main street, had the road blocked off. Sheriff dipped down here, and we've seen them cars before. So we go around the other way, across the lake, come back around, 40, 50 cops, cars, in this gigantic semi truck as a command station, and the little one, 3, 4 tow trucks. You don't need all that for no damn drunk driving stops. Come on, man. I don't know what they got going on. I've never seen that before. Toledo police don't even come on this side. And then the black cars weren't sheriffs. They were just all blacked out. And it was about 20, 25 of those. And then they had a few sheriff cars. And then some other tactical cars. What is that? And then I seen a Department of Homeland Security truck. Come on, bro. Like, and we directly in the line of the eclipse on the point. So I don't know, man. I ain't no fool. So I'm ready. Ready. So mm. I suggest y'all do the same. Peace up. If you liked it, like, share, subscribe. Let your friends know. Check it out. Man vs. the Machine on YouTube. Man vs. the Machine on Instagram. Man vs. the Machine on Facebook. I got some topics y'all want me to discuss. Like I said, like, share, and subscribe. I appreciate y'all. See y'all on the next one.